Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
It's 4 minutes till showtime.
Hey, fellas, don't fight over that hot dog. There's plenty for everyone. Big, plump, and juicy, wrapped in an oven-fresh bun. Add mustard, relish, ketchup, and go to work. Yes, the hot dogs at our refreshment center are the best you'll find anywhere. Everybody agrees on that.
It's 3 minutes till showtime.
Thirsty? The refreshment stand is open with everything to satisfy your taste buds. Here's the menu: the hottest, freshest, crunchiest popcorn, each kernel popped to its fullest with that real movie time taste. Cold drinks. You'll find your favorite ice cold, tasty, and thirst quenching. And hot dogs, hamburgers, and candy too. Now a short intermission, so you'll have time to make your selection before the show begins.
It's 2 minutes till showtime.
Your attention, please. All new hotshot electric in-car heaters have been installed for your comfort and convenience. Just insert heater through car window and turn on the switch. When leaving, please turn switch off and replace on speaker post. Warning, high voltage. For your own safety, do not attempt to repair or remove wires. Do not attempt to open heater unit. If you need assistance, please notify the theater box office or concession manager.
Top quality hamburgers, the most popular snack in the country. We serve them plain or garnished to your taste.
There are words men live by, words of strength, of wisdom, and of peace. We urge you to find spiritual comfort and guidance we all so greatly need by attending your place of worship regularly.
Just 1 minute to go.
And now, on with the show.
No, that's not big enough. No, that's not big enough either. That's more like it. We're delighted to have you with us, and we extend a cordial welcome to you. We've lined up the top stars from Hollywood and from all over the world to entertain you on our giant screen with the new, colorful motion pictures you've been hearing about and reading about. To add to your enjoyment, we're all wound up to bowl you over at intermission time with live wire service at our snack bar, where you'll find a tempting variety of favorite foods and beverages. Your continued patronage is very, very welcome.
Hello, fellow humans, and welcome to my stream. Welcome to the Mothership Poker. I always like to welcome all non-human identifying sentient creatures who may be watching our show, and in fact all non-sentients who may be enjoying the poker actions today here from the Mothership. Hello, 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 Piano Cat. Always good to have you here. As you can see, I've got 3 tables going at the moment. Sounds like you're kind of busy, so not a big deal, but welcome, 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 as always. As always, it's great to see you here. We're gonna see if we can. Make up for yesterday, because yesterday was a pretty brutal day. We got a fresh outlook. We're ready to play the pokers. We're ready to have some fun. We've shaken off all those bad feelings from yesterday. We've shaken off all that negative energy. Just all gone. Just all gone. We're ready to play the pokers today. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. So on top left, we got the Falling Star Bounty, as usual. Already taken a 1 bounty in that one. First hand of the day. I rivered a flush and ended up taking the dude's chips. As often happens when you river a flush in a bounty tournament, and added 34 cents to our bankroll already. So it's already started off as a pretty darn good day. Mr. Variance has been relatively nice to us. I won't say we sucked out on that hand when we hit the flush on the river. He was going pretty crazy with second pair and a crappy kicker from the flop. So I suppose that's how it goes. So top right, we have got the Dark Matter Nano table. Of course, today is Saturday, so there's no comet running today, even if it were to run. I did figure out what happened yesterday, or I did figure out what's been happening the past little while. I registered it yesterday, and it did not run because not enough people were registered. It came up on my screen and said that. So I guess starting next week, I'm going to have to make sure that I reg in that early, and I encourage everybody else who likes to play that tournament to reg in it early as well, because otherwise it's not going to run, and they're going to stop putting it in, and that's actually one of my favorite tournaments to play. I sort of get why it might not be other people's favorite tournament to play, because in Europe it means you're going to be up until 3 in the morning to win, 12 euros or 15 euros or something. But it's a great one for me. I mean, it's fine for me. It's just it's a nice 4 to 6 hour day for me. So. And down in the bottom left, we have the Singularity tournament that replaces the Comet on Saturdays, I guess. The Milky Way. 5-cent buy-in, 10 euro guarantee, and it is a freeze-out event. As you can see, I've decided to go back to my Tangili avatar for today. I'm not sure if there's a way to go back and see what avatar is playing at any given time, but I'm pretty sure if I was able to go back and look, It'll be 10 Joey that has won me the most money over the weeks I've been playing here. I should start putting the name I'm using when I play on any given day on my spreadsheet, just for kicks and fun. Addy, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. I was over lurking on David's channel, but I have to say I had enough of his Devil May Cry. It's a nice looking game. Just never really been into the fighting games like that, so. I guess we folded the wrong hand down on the Milky Way table. Ace is full. Getting lots of takers here on the Falling Star with our tens. I think we've got to put in the C-bet here. It's 4 ways. It's a little rough. Obviously, not everyone can have a jack here, but I suppose everyone could have a jack here. We've got the diamond draw at this point, but I think we're going to start checking for pot control. I don't think we're going anywhere with this draw. I mean, we could just be behind a turned flush, and the 10 isn't super strong, but it's not super weak either when it comes. So I think at this point we've got 2 overcards and the flush on the board. It's probably a check fold situation. We could be ahead here sometimes, but it's pretty unlikely, and there are bluffs that get there on the river, like ace king, king queen, that sort of thing, that beat us now. So we just have to get out of the way here. Alrighty, we'll head back over to the main 1 table screen. This is the Falling Star bounty that we're in here now. Of course, we've also got, well, we've got 3 tables running at the moment. I've also got the Dark Matter Nano and the Milky Way Nano. I'll bet my draw here. Gonna turn this into a bluff now. Since he checked on the flop, I think he's probably got like an ace X something, and he's gonna fold it when I bet there. So we've already taken 1 bounty in the first hand of the game. Here in the Falling Star. Actually, why don't I pull that up and I'll go back and show you what happened. It was kind of a weird hand. I kind of backed into a situation that ended up letting me take a dude's chips. Take a dude's entire stack. Alrighty, so let's bring this up on the replay. I wasn't even streaming yet when this happened. Literally was the first hand of the tournament. Um, okay, so literally we're on the first hand of the tournament here. I'm going to play a couple of hands before we go into this. I'm just put in a raise with a pair of 8s on the dark matter table. We'll get back to that hand in a second. Once we see how these 8s roll out. No, I don't think 8s is the right hand to do that with. Alrighty, let's go back to the first hand of the falling star. Alrighty, so we're in the cutoff. No, we're in the hijack. We get dealt king 10 of diamonds. And we figure we'll put in a raise with it. Get a call from big blind, lobotomy fail, who's, this is our first hand. It's not the first hand of the tournament necessarily because we late regged. But it's very close to the beginning of the tournament as well. I mean, we're still in the first blind level, 15-30. So, right. So comes 7 ace queen 1 diamond, and you know, I don't think the flop's terrible, but I figure I'll try to c-bet it since I was the pre-flop raiser. I can have an ace or queen in my hand, and we can, he decides to call behind, and we go to a diamond river, which I decided to check back, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. If I remember, yeah. So I decided to check that back because my hands gained an immense amount of value at that point. And I'm sort of hoping that if the diamond comes, he will fire into me. And I can also bluff a lot of rivers, I think, at this point as well. So the river's perfect card for us. 4 diamonds gives us the second nut hand. Only an ace of diamonds beats us at this point. An ace of diamonds with 2 other, an ace of diamonds with another diamond, obviously. So when he bets, we decide to put in a fairly chunky re-raise to 3/4 of the pot. And he tanks a bit, but then he decides to come back over top of us. Now, at this point, I mean, obviously, we could just be dead to the ace, ace-x of diamonds. But I can't fold at this point, right? I'm just, I got the second nut flush here. If you've got the nut flush, it's just GG us, and, we move on to the next tournament, right? So I put in the call, and sure enough, he's just kind of hanging out there with a ratty queen. And we take his stack and take our first bounty of the day. Well, as you can see, Mr. Variance is pretty good to us in that hand. Backed us into a flush that let us take a dude's stack. So far, Mr. Variance has not been so terrible to us. Big field in the Milky Way today, 132 people so far. And I mean, we're still got late reg forever on that one, I think. Yeah, late reg is still open for an hour and a half on that one. I'm just looking through the oh, that's interesting. That might be an interesting place to use my 25 euro ticket. There is a 25 euro community poker bounty event starting in an hour and 11. Huh, might be an interesting place to use my ticket. I don't necessarily think I'm going to keep a full slate of 4 tournaments running today. I think maybe that's been part of my problem, is that I've actually been playing too much at once for my. I know other people play more than that, so I'm not saying that it's an insane amount, but for me, while I'm streaming, it's a lot to keep track of, I think, and there's a lot of times when I'm just sort of clicking buttons because I can't keep up necessarily with everything. So yeah, I think I'm gonna lay back. I'm not gonna be quite as aggressive at filling up all my slots all the time. Yeah, we'll see how that goes for the day. I mean, I'm not super worried about anything. I mean, we still got plenty of money in the bankroll to be playing €1 tournaments with. We still got like $75 in the bankroll, which is plenty for €1 tournaments. And it's still plenty for the sort of bottom line, considering €2 tournaments is a high roller, based on my 30 buy-in bankroll management scheme. So I mean, and I know it's just a downswing. So with any luck, our graph will turn around. I shouldn't say with any luck. With any application of standard variance, our bankroll graph will turn around again back to. I wouldn't say back to exactly what it was before, because I think before it was a huge amount of variance in the other direction, where we were getting super good variance. And I mean, you can't really explain that absurd bankroll graph except by kind of absurd variance on the positive side. And we're getting the variance on the negative side now. And it's been, this is our first major downswing, so it's not that big of a deal. And we just got to roll through it. We got to keep a positive attitude. We got to keep playing the game that we played to get us here, to get us our €100 bankroll to begin with. And it's gonna work out for us, I think. Hello, Mike. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Always glad to have you here. Mr. Variance has been fairly kind to us today. Haven't really had anything going on the Milky Way yet. Still just kind of hanging out there, waiting for something to happen. Always nice to see the core group pop in and spend some time with me. It's a fun way to get together and have some fun, spend some quality poker time. So just for kicks, maybe later if we get bored with poker, I might stream the other game I've got currently paused in the background while I stream poker. Which is Transport Fever. So maybe we'll stream a bit of that later if we get bored with poker. Basically, that's sort of an open world simulation game where Night Shopper, good to see you, buddy. Yeah, this Transport Fever game is basically a transport line building, railroad building game kind of thing, open world sort of thing, and it's I find it very soothing. So maybe I'll be like David, and I'll when I get sick of the variance in poker, I'll just go off and stream other video games. Put in the raise here with my king 10 from the cutoff. Just get 3-bet from the button. You know, really up the feeling he's just putting me on, but the feeling he's just bullying with a big stack. But what are you gonna do about it, right? Milky Way might be happening here. Milky Way might be about to kick off. Yes, of course. Good luck to everybody who's playing on the pokers today. Put in a super chunky raise here because of all the limpers. We get an immediate 3-bet from Magic J13, which I think we're going to come back over the top of with our queens here. Yeah, I think we overshove. Oh, geez, I was meaning to shove that, not actually pot bet, but that should actually be the same result. Wow, we just get called behind by need $1. Just fucking flat called. That's cool. I'm pretty sure we got the best hand here. Like all the time. I meant to be all in on the flop, to be honest, but wow. I mean, just throw off all your chips for an ace-6. Pretty bizarre there. Pretty bizarre. I can't. Alrighty, we are trying to take booties in the Fallen Star. We are trying to take a booty. We want to get through Tejen. up there. Ooh, nice. Oh, 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 nice. We have a friend in Mr. Variance today on the Falling Star. So that is another 84 cents in bounties that we just picked up. Booty! Booty run. We're in a booty run. So that's another 84 cents, which brings us up to 118, I think. Equals 34 plus 0.50 plus 0.34. We are already in the profit zone for the Falling Star today. Yeah, I figured you guys probably were watching, David. Figured that's where you came from. You might be multi-streaming me with him right now. I don't really mind. Not that big of a deal. When people like him or Ian are on, I don't really expect to get as big of an audience, frankly, because nice hand just came up on the Milky Way. Oof, oof, oof. I thought it was gonna be a nice hand, anyways. Yeah, I know you guys want to come over and watch the poker, so yeah, we're not gonna. I'm almost certainly not going to play Transport Fever for you guys because it's not something that I think is good for streaming, frankly. Even if I wasn't a poker streamer, I would not be a Transport Fever streamer. I think that would be a pretty absurd thing to try to do. Now, Elite Dangerous. I might actually jump on. You guys actually might see me jump on the odd day flying a spaceship instead of playing poker. That's the one game that you might actually see me jump on and stream from time to time. That is non-poker, but I think that's probably the only one. I might stream a Civilization session sometime, Civ 5, Civ 6, something like that. I might stream someday as well. But no, it's not really going to be. We're gonna be pretty much poker themed, I think, on this stream. I think we're gonna be pretty much poker themed. Picked up Ace King in the dark matter. So we shall put in a raise with that. Margarita's been very active against us in a couple of hands recently. So this is one of those flops that looks real good for us, but could also be real bad for us. Because Queen Jack is a hand that is calling behind in position here. Ace 10 is a hand that's calling behind in position here. So I think we're gonna switch to check call mode. When it goes check check on that flop, I think we still go check call mode. That's like a ridiculously wet board given the ranges involved, I think. I don't think we're going anywhere, but yeah. I don't think we're ever going anywhere there, but I also think we we're pretty dumb to bet for value there. I think it's just a situation where we got showdown values, so we get the showdown, but we don't go super aggressive with that. But if you guys disagree, if you guys actually think that's a board I should have been going super aggressive on, let me know and give me some reasons why. Because from my perspective, especially when the 10 pairs on the turn, there's like a ton of hands in his calling range on the button that have smashed that flop in a variety of ways, harder than I've smashed that flop, and because at that point I've only got 2 pair. I should probably play the King-Jack offsuit, but I didn't really want to put in a raise with it, and I didn't really want to just call with it either, so I folded with it, which is the third option. Right on, Mike. That's what I'm here to do as well. I'm here to play poker with my friends and have you guys enjoy. Yeah, have you guys enjoy our visits for Mr. Variance and just see which direction they're going to go. So far, he's been pretty good to us on the Falling Star bounty table. This could be a very nice situation happening on the Milky Way. Shouldn't be a lot of 10 deuces out there, I wouldn't think. Shouldn't be a lot of deuces out there, I wouldn't think. And I'm happy to just get his chips in the middle at this point, I think. Alrighty, so Mr. Variance has been relatively nice to us on the Milky Way as well today. Got a nice size stack there. Put another raise with our ace king here. Everybody's going to think we're just a big stack bully at this point, but we're actually getting the goods, so it's always nice when you can look like a bully, but you're actually getting the goods. I'm going to bet big here to continue my image as the big stack bully to try to get loose calls from the I'm going to go down slightly smaller, try to induce him to shove over top of me, and we're snapping him off when he does. Yeah. I guess he figured out what was going on there. We get out of the way with a Jack 3, of course. Yeah, I mean, I must admit, I wouldn't say I'm not a gamer. I actually do play a fair number of video games other than poker. However, I am not the kind of gamer that most people like to watch on Twitch. Most people like to watch sort of fast-paced action games, the first-person shooters, the fighting games that David was playing, the Rocket League, stuff like that, right? Is what people really like to see on Twitch. those aren't really the games I enjoy. I enjoy open world simulation type games, which tend to be a lot slower from a visual perspective of people watching. But yeah, so yeah. I mean, I actually do a fair amount of video gaming on the side. The most interesting game that I've seen David play ever on his stream, other than poker, was that one yesterday and the day before that was Life is Strange or Life is Weird or whatever it was. That one was very interesting. I really am thinking of looking into that one myself. But I honestly don't watch the only game I watch people playing on Twitch is poker. Every other time I've tried to watch any other games, even games that I play a lot, like Elite Dangerous, I just can't watch the streams. There's just no, I just don't get any enjoyment or value out of watching those streams. And poker is the only one that I've ever actually enjoyed watching people play. Although I've been trying to figure out, there's a channel that I've been watching on Twitch here. It's an IRL channel that I'm trying to figure out what the hell, whether it's worth being obsessed with. I've been sort of semi-obsessed with it a little while. It's called Go Girl TV, and it's about this South African couple that basically just seems to be going around South Africa streaming their daily life, showing people South Africa from a GoPro. It's a very strange, and I mean, when I say showing people their life, yesterday I was tuned in for a couple of hours, and it started off with them in a mall food court eating their dinner, after which they walked to their car in the rain, and they drove to the parking ticket booth and paid for their parking. And then they drove home through the dark streets of I think they're in Johannesburg now, through the dark streets of Johannesburg at night, with the cam on showing like darkness, and them talking back and forth in the car, occasionally turning on the dome lights so they get some visuals, but mostly just darkness. And then the rest of the evening was them at their home trying to put together and set up a fog machine that they bought for the stream. This was their explanation, because they thought it'd be cool to fill their house with smoke for the stream. Getting drunk and playing video games for the rest of the night. But we're not seeing the video games. We're seeing them with their real life GoPro sitting behind a computer screen like this. We don't actually see the screen. We don't actually see what they're doing on the screen when they're playing computer games. So weirdest Twitch stream I've ever seen, and I'm kind of mildly obsessed with it. I think I'm gonna have to go back and check it out and find out again, because it's a real sort of voyeuristic kind of experience. Very strange. Go Girl TV, anyways, if you're interested. I actually found her because somehow somebody from her channel found me one day on Twitch, and her channel was one of the referrers that I had on my Twitch stats one day. So I went over and checked her out, and I'm like, this is weird, but it's kind of interestingly weird. I might give some of them a try. I might throw some. I mean, it's things like SimCity, city building games, world building games like Civilization. The sort of specific simulation type games like this Transport Fever game that I have. I've got an online pool snooker game as well that I play sometimes. I don't know if that would be if people would be interested in seeing that streamed or not. But yeah, so I mean, there's some stuff. So it might not always be all poker all the time. But I also think it's important as a streamer to find a brand. And I think if you are switching back, if you're switching your content between a whole bunch of different things, I think it's going to be hard to find a brand for your stream. Alrighty, I think we're just going to be all in the dark matter and hope for the best with our jacks, because Margarita's been like super aggressive over us, and that's just an absurd shove. Yes, yes, linkage, holdage. We got chips. We got Mr. Variance being nice to us in the dark matter as well, folks. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things. Yeah, with the fog machine yesterday, Mike. Exactly. You were there too. It's like, I mean, I don't know. It's the weirdest thing in the world. I don't know why I'm obsessed with it, but I'm kind of obsessed with the stream now. I'm gonna have to keep checking them out and just find out what the heck they're doing, because yeah, it's weird. I can't figure out why I'm so obsessed with it though. I can't figure out why it's so interesting to sit and watch people do normal, everyday life things. I just don't get it. But it is surprisingly fascinating and surprisingly interesting. I think the actual name is GoGirl_TV, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just have a quick look at my and just verify what her address is, and maybe she's not easy to find here. So if we go girl, yeah, GoGirl_TV. Oh, she's actually playing now, and we're actually able to see her. Game. That's different. Anyways, that's the weirdness. The weirdness channel. Well, I think I'm just calling behind here most of the time. If he's got the ace, he's got the ace. If he's got the diamonds, he's got the diamonds. If he's got the 5, he's got the 5. Doesn't have any of those, which is why we're calling behind there. Nice, Mike. Oh, that sounds cool, Mike. Yeah, the whole live stream thing is very interesting. The whole IRL thing, I think, is really interesting. Oh, that was a gross spot on the falling star. He just been sucked out on our kings with getting it in with a straight draw, and he gets there on the turn. Hey, Cleeds. Drop the Mike. Do a exclamation point caster space the channel of that dude hitching around Europe. I want to actually have a look at that channel myself, if and you don't mind. Bob Ross is like super chill. The Bob Ross channel is like the best if you're ever in like a horrible mood and you just need the world to be nice for a while. Go to Bob Ross and watch Bob Ross for a couple hours, and you know the it's really hard to stay angry after you watch Bob Ross for a few hours. Happy little trees. I find the Twitch Presents channel is a bit hit and miss. Sometimes they've got great, like the Doctor Who marathons they've been running over the past little while from time to time have been awesome. But then other times I look at what they're showing and I'm like, I've never even heard of that before. I don't know why you're, but I guess, you know, I mean, obviously other people are obsessed about different things from me. So, you know, you don't always have to be. You know, just because I'm not obsessed with it, that doesn't mean there aren't other people in the world who are obsessed with it. So that's not really a flop that typically hits my range, so I'm going to check for a delayed C-bet on here. Not me, I don't think. Of course, I haven't been really doing too much on the community pages. I need to start doing more there, but yeah, I'm pretty sure I didn't get anything for that. Nope. That's because I don't really participate on the community all that much, to be honest. We got break time coming up. $224 people in the Falling Star today. That's a massive field. What the heck has happened to all of my, none of the VIP icons or anything like that are showing up in the chat today for some reason. That's weird. That's weird. I can't figure out. I don't know why that would be. I didn't change any chat settings last night. And so it was all working yesterday. But I'm not seeing it. Maybe it's a Twitch thing, because I'm not seeing it on the basic Twitch chat either now that I look at it. Exactly, no mistakes, just happy accidents. Although in poker, your accidents aren't always happy. That's the problem, right? Alrighty, we're going to head off to the break. Back to some more random generic commercials. So here we go. I don't know what you're going to see. Enjoy.
More people than ever before are wearing a Timex today.
Ladies and gentlemen, a good evening to you. This is John Cameron Swayze reporting to you live, very much alive, on this crisp autumn evening here in New York. And tonight, we're going to prove once more, with a live demonstration, that Timex waterproof watches are practically indestructible, really waterproof, and shock resistant. But first, I want you to take a look at this handsome Timex 100 with the slim, smart-looking lines you ordinarily find in the most expensive watches. Yes, the Timex 100 is priced at only $15. Well, now let's have our live demonstration. Now here you can see we've strapped a Timex 100 to the propeller of this motor. Let's immerse that motor in the tank, okay? We're going to rev it up any time now. I'm sure you'll agree with me, ladies and gentlemen, if that Timex comes through this torture test, it can stand up to just about anything that may happen. Can you start her again? Yeah, that looks like it. Well, if that Timex comes through, as I said, it can stand up to anything that will happen in daily wear. Just look at that. Timex waterproof, splash through the water to the tune of 4,500 revolutions a minute. I think that's enough. I'm sure that's enough for the folks, and the way I'm getting wet, it's enough for me. Pull it right out now, will you? Let's take a look. Yes, it's still ticking. Let me turn it around so you can get a look. It took the torture test. Still running perfectly. For only Timex, with its exclusive V-conic movement, can take such a licking and keep on ticking. You know, you can be sure your Timex is waterproof, your Timex 100, because it says waterproof right over on the back of the case. And it's also permanently protected against damaging dust and dirt because of its new hermetically sealed one-piece case. This case, completely waterproof without gaskets or cement, is the type found in the most expensive watches. Yet anyone can own or give this handsome Timex 100, for it is priced at only $15. Another reason why, if I can borrow a title of a song Frank just sang, day in and day out, more people buy Timex than any other watch in the world.
Oh boy, now here's something that says a party, a platter of tasty hors d'oeuvres. You know, they show that someone who knows how is doing the entertaining. And to go along with them, America's best kosher wine, Welch's Family Wine. And what a great combination. Welch's, the fine wine with that famous name and extra flavor. Yes, if you and your friends like real good food, well, then I know you're going to like Welch's Family Wine. And that is a sure thing. Now, in this glass is a taste of light that smart folks enjoy on all occasions, perfect for serving before or with or after your dinner or any time at all. Welch's brings you a wine with a pleasantly sweet Concord grape flavor that's just right whenever you serve it or wherever you serve it. Now, this very famous label signifies that Every single drop of this wine is carefully made the Welsh way, from luscious Concord grapes picked at the peak of their perfection and made into a truly delicious wine as only Welch's experts can do it. Now, you look for this word when you buy the wine that you serve your family and your guests. It means that you want them to have the very best. Yes, that's right. You'll do well to insist on Welch's family wine. And folks, here's a friendly tip. It can be used in so many ways in cooking to give that extra special flavor to your dishes.
And we're back. So here on the 4-table mode for a bit, of which we only have 3 tables active currently. I think I'll keep it that way today. I think I'm going to have a bit of a slower day today. Feeling a little tired. I'm feeling a little, this is my 6th day in a row, I think. So, yeah, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yeah, 6th day in a row. So it's been a long week. I put in a fair number of hours this week. I put in a raise on the button with my Ace King, having recalled Ant-Man's discussion yesterday with calling behind my Ace King. Fuck. Just fucking shoves for an absurd amount of money. I mean, I guess I have to fold that, right, when I do that? I mean, I guess I have to fold there. Yeah, Timex were nowhere near as indestructible and nowhere near as waterproof as they ever claimed to be. I think eventually, I mean, here they were talking waterproof. I think eventually they had to change the wording to water resistant. Flopped a gut shot there on the dark matter. So I think we'll see a street anyways. Get rid of the ace-10 on the falling star. Yeah, well, back in the early days of live TV, basically the advertising was just as live, sort of in the middle of the show. They'd kind of break in during scene changes when they were, going from Act 1 to Act 2, and they were changing the set background. The stars would step out to the front of the stage and do their promo spots live in front of the studio audience, or live in front of the cameras if it was just a camera show. I mean, there was a time when everything was live. There was no ability to record television except through film cameras, which of course were super expensive, and nobody could really do for the hours and hours and hours of TV that happened. So that's why programs like Doctor Who have such a large library of lost episodes, because they were done live. What records they had for recording stuff was super expensive at the time, so if it got recorded, they were recorded over almost immediately with new stuff, because nobody was archiving it at the time. So it wasn't until later on that people actually started to realize that some of this old live TV stuff was actually like super valuable as a cultural and historical artifact, right? So there's a lot of it that's been just lost to time. But there's a lot of it that's been preserved as well, and I think it's kind of cool to see. We rarely, if ever, see live TV anymore outside of news and sports event broadcasting. It's all canned content now. Even shows recorded in front of a live studio audience are done live in front of that studio audience, but you're not seeing them live in any context whatsoever. So yeah, it really is very unusual to see any sort of television these days that's live outside of like events and news. Put in a 3-bit with my ace jack of the Milky Way from position. To put some pressure on the small stack. I was initially thinking I was going to snap off a shove from them, the small stack. I'm now thinking about it a little bit more. I still think I'm probably going to call, because I think they can shove pretty wide here to try to push me off my raise. Didn't think they could shove that wide. I mean, they still get there, but I mean, I guess Mr. Variance is deciding not to be nice to us for a change, because that was pretty gross. That was pretty gross. When you're in a spot where I think I'm going to call behind up here with my Jack King, gut shot, and overs. So we're now up and down. I might have thought of donk betting leading out when that 8 comes. So we're pretty much dead to hands like 8-9 and 10-9. Jack Queen has got us in pretty rough shape, and we need to hit a queen when that happens. But we're in good shape to a lot of other hands that might be doing this. That said, we don't really have a hand, so we're going to get out of the way. I don't know. That's a pretty. I think that's a pretty tight spot. I don't know whether that's a call or a fold there. I don't know whether that's potentially a reshove at that spot. I think over a pot-sized bet, I'd probably not. Probably a reshove is probably not the spot there. But the pot-sized bet could indicate something like a pair that is now really terrified of the board and just wants to get the hand over with as well. So maybe a reshove does work in that spot. Wasn't Doctor Who ever done live? I was sure the original 62, 63 seasons were done with Hartnell. I thought had been done live. No, I guess the issue with them was that they were done on the early videotape, like on the early studio tape, and that stuff was so super expensive that they re-recorded over it with later stuff, if I'm recalling right? Variance has been evening out a little bit for us today now. It was rolling really well in our favor early in the day, especially on the falling star. We're already, for the record, if you're just joining us, we're already in the money on the falling star long before we're ever going to be in the money, because we've got over $1 in bounties already. We've taken 3 booties, 150 center and 2 34 centers. So yeah, doesn't matter what happens now, we've already made money in the falling star. Of course, we want to get deeper and we want to get in the caching spots, but yeah, there's a good chance we're going to do that. I mean, holy shit, there is 35 people getting paid in this event, so 35 getting paid in the Milky Way as well. 8 getting paid in the dark matter at the moment. We are in scoring position or close to scoring position in all 3 at the moment. We are in scoring position in the dark matter and the falling star bounty, and we are just outside of scoring position in the Milky Way. In the Milky Way, where we just back into a straight. Obviously, an ace-jack is something we don't want to see right now, but we're in pretty good we're in pretty good shape to every single other hand out there at the moment. Depending on the river, of course, clubs could be potentially a problem for us as well, but they are the backdoor flush. Got checked around on the flop, though, so that may not be a relevant determination. Doesn't matter, they don't come, so we're going to have the best hand here about 1,000% of the time, I think. Maybe 10,000%. Ace-7 under the gun. I think that's pretty weak to be opening up. It's the worst. Ace-7 is the worst ace you can have. And it's unsuited as well, so, I mean, yeah, it's an ace, but that's about all you can say about the hand, frankly. Even from the button, ace-7's questionable open for me, just because it's not connected in any way. It's the worst ace. Even when you hit your ace, you've got no idea where you are, because there's tons of bigger aces that could be out there that have you crushed. So you pretty much have to hit ace-7 or some combination of ace-7 to make to make the ace-7 hand a quote-unquote good hand. to flop the second nut flush. Just randomly with the Jack 5 there on the on the falling star table had we had we gotten into the pot, but oh well. And then occasionally they were wiped, and then occasionally they pop up in weird places like some television studio in the back jungles of Nigeria, where they find like 12 episodes that are sitting in a vault somewhere. I think it's probably the case that they probably found all of the old vaulted episodes from various spots around the world, but you never know. There's lots of places where I'm sure that there's stuff sitting in rooms that people haven't looked at for decades. Who knows what's there. There is still some missing stuff from the late Hartnell and early Troughton eras of Doctor Who that does not exist anymore as far as anybody's aware. Be very cool to find some of that stuff and piece it together. I actually think in many ways Troughton was one of the best doctors as well. I mean, obviously because a lot of his stuff was lost, I've not seen a ton of his work, but what I have seen, I quite enjoy. It's a little campy for sure, but I kind of liked that take on the Doctor, and I really love his recorder tick. I love the fact that he pulls out his recorder when he's trying to think, and he plays the recorder really badly when he's trying to think. I think that's a really cool little tick. Second only to the Jelly Babies of Tom Baker. You think some of my percentage calculations are off? What, you think 1,000 or 10,000% is too high for those situations? Okay, how about 500% of the time? I'm good there. Okay, I'll grant you maybe I'm overestimating my strength in that spot just a touch. I will grant you that. For the record, I was talking about my space game, Elite Dangerous. That's where the background comes from. It's one of my screenshots from there. A lot of us who play the game joke that it's not so much a game as it is a vast simulation of the galaxy designed for you to take selfies of you and your spaceship within. And there's some truth to that. There's some truth to that joke, frankly. The graphics in the game are stunning. If you're into science fiction and space stuff, the graphics in the game are just stunning. Putting raise with the ace king here. It's a nice little pot that we took on the dark matter there. Puts us 5 of 16 with 8 to go until the money. It's not really a flop we can credibly see about, I don't think, on the Milky Way board. So I think we're just going to check behind there. Our ace king's actually going to be good here a lot still. Less so since the queen came, but still I think we're good. Some of the time, So I think we might throw in the c-bet here as a delayed c-bet and just see how the table responds and go from there. Sort of a semi-bluff. I mean, we can get called by worse hands, I think, by worse aces. We can also fold out small pairs and things like that that don't like the queen or all the other overcards. So it's kind of a two-way hand that works both ways, I think, or a two-way bet that works both ways, I think, in that. Down to 15 remaining in the dark matter now. 14 remaining, so 6 to go to the money now. Yeah, it's amazing. Well, and I know that some of the Doctor Who episodes have been recovered from places like Australia. I know Nigeria was one of the spots. I specifically remember the Nigeria find. And I'm pretty sure there's been a couple of tapes unearthed in Canadian stations as well. I didn't realize we were running it. I don't recall Doctor Who being run in my childhood, but the earliest, like the Hartnell and the Troughton era, was before my time. Like I would have been. I would have been a very small child, like a toddler type age when Hartnell, or when, when I wasn't born until '66, so I missed almost all of Hartnell. And then I was, would have been a toddler, so basically unable to understand or watch the show as when Troughton was there. Had it been on, I probably would have been able to start watching and understanding the show when John Pertwee took over, when I was sort of like 5 or 6 type age. But yeah, I honestly, I didn't discover the show until the late 80s, mid to late 80s, when it started rerunning late on Saturday nights here on public broadcasting system from the States. And we do like Doctor Who watch parties on Saturday night. Yeah, I specifically remember the find from Nigeria. I think it happened while I was there. Actually, I think I was there from '93 to '98, and I think that particular cache of tapes was uncovered during that period, if I recall correctly. But yeah, it's definitely fascinating. Like I say, I think we've probably found all of those examples now, but you never know. You never know. Jack on the big blind and falling star bounty. That could be really good for us. Of course, being Jack could be really bad for us as well. So, you know. We're definitely seeing a flop. We most likely have the best hand at this point. I'm obviously not going to donk bet at the pot, but we're not going anywhere to reasonable betting from the rest of the table, and we're definitely leading out on the turn since nobody seemed interested in the pot on the flop. Because, I mean, I think that Naboo's going to be on ace X hands that are either overcards to this board and or hit like an 8 or a 7, which we're beating. So I think the river, obviously, we occasionally are going to lose to the 10 jack from time to time. We're occasionally going to lose to hands like 9-8, 9-7. But I don't think we can go anywhere. It might have been a spot where I gave up a bounty opportunity. Didn't really feel like I had a hand that was strong enough to re-raise there with the somewhat straighty board out there. And only a single pair, so I thought just calling behind was my best option. I'm going to call behind from the cutoff on the dark matter nano table, and then get raised from the button. So I think we're going to put in the extra 1200, especially with all the other callers here. This is the kind of hand that we can get big dollars out of if we hit our flop, I think. That would be, you could construe that as hitting the flop. So we might actually, unfortunately, it's one of those flops where you're not actually going to get action necessarily from hands that are not beating you, because we only have the third nut flush at this point. There is the king 10, well, fourth nut flush, because the king 10 obviously hits the straight flush, and then king x 10x beat us for the actual flush draws. But I don't think we can assume he has a flush. Boom. That should put us in the chip lead. No, not quite chip lead. That puts us second in chips, I think, in the dark matter. Okay. Yeah, you could be right about that. My memory for dates these days is I find as you get older, things just kind of roll together, and I'm like, yeah, it happened sometime in the 80s or the 90s, but you know, it was the 80s and the 90s. What do you want from me? That's like 20 years ago, guys. I think the places where we're most likely to find more old examples of stuff is now is places where former British colonies existed and then were taken over by sort of authoritarian type regimes. In such a way, whoops, sorry about that, I'm just doing my batteries for my vape. But yeah, in such a way so that maybe some of the remote sort of TV stations didn't get damaged, and then they got ignored for like 30 or 40 or 50 years because nobody went over to them. I think that's where we're likely to still find stuff, but it's getting less and less likely that we'll find things because you know, in the modern world, people are scouring. People are looking for that stuff now, especially now, and especially with stuff like Doctor Who and in fact all old stuff. People are really scouring for that now. So I think it's less a case now of stuff just turning up by accident, and it's a case of people actually going out and because it's being looked for now. So. So I don't know if it's just that we're getting a day of decent variance today, or if it's the fact that I've not been just pounding out the tournaments, and I've been sort of playing a few less tournaments and focusing more on the games I've been playing. But we're definitely so far having a better day today than we have for a while. So that's always nice well, easier to keep up the positive attitude when you're not getting stomped on every third hand. Pair of threes on the dark matter table. Should see a flop with that, I suppose. A terrible flop for our hand. I mean, it's obviously overcards, but you're always going to have overcards to threes pretty much, so, you know, you can't be too... It's not really the sort of hand that credibly hits a preflop raiser's range, except in the very low side of it with like ace-9 and things like that. But there's enough rando hands out there that are going to have 9 or 6 in them or 5 in them that I think I can probably get out of the way with threes. I'm kind of pretty much set mining with those threes when I call anyways, so... Given that our mine came up dry this time, we just move on, drill a hole next time. Drill a new hole next time. We're now 3 away from the money in the dark matter. And I was ahead of QC's bet there. But there's enough other people in the hand as well that, you know, part of it was I wasn't closing the action. So, I mean, there's an example with the ace-6. It's not quite as bad as the ace-7, but it's still, well, in fact, I don't know. You might actually argue it's worse because the 6 is actually a worse card to pair than the 7. And it's not connected in any way to anything. So, yeah, it's not really... and out of the small blind and out of possession, it's not something that you want to get involved with, really, usually. Me, anyways. I guess other people play that more loose, but... I mean, I know one of my flaws, or one of my leaks, is that I'm not aggressive enough. But I frankly don't ever want to become a loose aggressive player. I don't ever want to be a lag type player. I know that there are certain people who adopt that strategy that are very good at it. People like Michael Mizrachi make a lot of money from being or having a lag image. Anyways, I don't know for sure that he's pretty loose aggressive. So I mean, I guess if you're going to look for an archetype of the lag, it's probably going to be somebody like a Mizrachi. But I just don't think that's a style I'm ever going to be particularly good at. But I also understand that I'm not aggressive enough to quite classify myself as a tight aggressive player yet. I'm not really a tight passive player anymore. I used to be a tight passive player probably, which is like the worst thing you can be in poker. But I'm kind of in the middle of tight passive and tight aggressive now. But yeah, if I can ever get to the point where I'm a quality tight aggressive poker player, I'd be pretty happy to be in that spot, I think. I think I'm getting there. I think the stuff on Unibet here has been teaching me a little bit more how to be a little bit more aggressive in the right spots. So we'll see. I mean, I think it's I don't know. Let me know. What do you guys think? For the people that have been watching me sort of regularly over the past couple of weeks, 3 weeks, am I getting slightly more aggressive in my play? Am I still playing the same as I was 3 weeks ago? Is my play evolving in any good way or bad way or anything that you guys notice? I'm always curious to see your comments and hear your comments. Ace Jack under the gun, we'll put a raise in with. Tens under the gun, we'll put a raise in with. I think. Took down the Ace Jack hand. So if I was closing the action here, I might actually call this off for the bounty. But with two people to act behind me, I don't think I can call off with tens with two people to act behind me. And that turned out to be the correct decision. I think it was probably the correct decision even if he doesn't have jacks there, just because there with two people to act behind me, tens are pretty weak to be shoving in there. Cool piano. My first memory is roughly when I'm just younger than 2 years old, or sorry, just younger than 3 years old. I have nothing. No, that's not true. I have two sort of snippet memories prior to that, but I don't know whether those are my memories or whether they're implanted by stories told by my parents and my brother. Because of the way the memories are in my brain, the one that I know as my first memory that I'm 100% certain is my memory has certain specific qualities that make it certain that it's my memory to me, if that makes sense. Whereas the other two that are earlier are lacking that sort of certainty, I guess, if that makes sense to anybody. So they could easily be scenes that were implanted in my brain from stories that were told. One of them involves having a pot of coffee, one of the old percolator coffee pots, as my mother was pouring coffee for a friend at the kitchen table, percolate over and burn me pretty badly. And the other one is we lived in a town in southern Alberta where there was an old World War II flight training base. And at the time, this would have been like the late 60s. There was a lot of old aircraft that were still kind of like out there rusting on the runways and stuff at this old air base, and the kids would go out there and play and climb around on the planes. And I have about a 10-second snippet of memory of watching older kids climbing around on those planes, but again, I don't know if that's just something that I was told about or if I actually remember seeing it. They just don't have quite the qualities of an actual memory, if that makes sense. You must be playing one of your super secret IDs, because I don't see you on the Falling Star anywhere there. Anywhere there, Night Shopper? I don't see your Pouring Sun or your Night Shopper ID here. Hello, MVE. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So you're not Odin Kasha, are you? Or Odin Kosh? So we're in a scoring position on the falling star. 18 people go to the money there. We are on the money bubble. Final table of the dark matter, but money bubble still. Looks like we're still on the money bubble in that one. I am 3 of 9 there. We've got a stack in the Milky Way. Although it's not a scoring stack at the moment, but it could easily become one. Life is going well here in the mothership today. No, agreed. What you got to do is you got to train your children to be like your servers to bring you beer and stuff while you're playing, Night Shopper. That's what that's the use for children in poker. Put in the raise with the ace queen. We're in early possession, but ace queen's a pretty strong hand, so we got to put in the raise with it. I'm going to see a flop with my ace deuce in position here. Oh, this is a super nitty fold, I think, but I'm going to get rid of the ace queen here because I don't need to put my stack on the line. And being results oriented, turns out we would have lost. So to the ace deuce. So we were ahead. So calling was the right decision from that perspective, but from the results oriented perspective, we would have lost the pot. So. And in fact, with them just flat calling, I would have normally expected a much bigger range than ace deuce there. Workaholic? That one seems somewhat familiar, but yeah. Odin Kosh wasn't familiar. That was the one that was sleeping. That was why I was thinking Odin Kosh 88. But Workaholic certainly seems familiar. I care for you. Oh, there we go. Right, of course. Da-da-da. Of course. Of course. Once again, we have a friend of the stream on the button when I'm on my big blind. What the hell does this always happen? Why can't you be why can't you be like across the table from me? Why do you have to be like 2 seats to my right? That's you know. Once again, we have a friend of the stream in a position to attack our big blind. 7-4 hands are the sorts of hands I should probably c-bet more often from the big blind, or 3-bet more often, I mean, from the big blind. We're definitely pretty happy with this situation, and we're just going to call behind with 2 pairs here. Call behind one more time. And we river the house. And with any luck, he has rivered the flush. If he'd rivered the flush, we would have taken the stack. As it is, I'm surprised he even called, to be honest. But what are you going to do? Alrighty, we're in the money on the dark matter. Guaranteed 39 cents with 304 up top. We are ITM. $17 to go to the money in the falling star. It's 35 people getting paid there. We are 13th place. 34 people getting paid in the 44 people getting paid in 44 people getting paid in the Milky Way. We are 52nd in that one at the moment of 100 remaining. And we're 3 of 8 in the money. Final table of the dark matter. Oh, let's do just doing some Twitter love for the stream. Get rid of the Queen 6. Get rid of the 4-9 down here as well. Yeah, not just you. Basically, if there's a friend of the stream on my table, I could almost guarantee it's going to be 2 seats to my right. It's really weird. It's really weird, man. We are now 2 of 6 in the dark matter, guaranteed 54 cents. Gonna put in a raise with my King Jack on the falling star. It's not really a board I should be able to credibly c-bet on, but any money in this pot should get him off if he hasn't hit anything here. So that's just sort of bully. That's just sort of big stack bully action. But hey, that's what I'm supposed to do, right? It's the way I'm supposed to play those hands. Now 13 away from the money in the falling star bounty. 87 cents is the min cash. Certainly, it'd be nice to get that 21-22 up top, though. That'd be a hell of a score for us today. Likewise, looking for the 304 up top on the dark matter here as well. I'm going to set mine with these 4s on the dark matter, I think. I could have put in the raise here, but I think given the stacks at the moment, it's... I guess my 4s are no good here. I guess my 4s are no good here. Time for another break coming up soon. Another slate of random old ads for you again. Probably some cigarette ads in there. Probably some really badly worded deodorant ads in there that either make women feel bad about their bodies and or imply that they should be dating their bosses. So there's all sorts of fun stuff coming up for us in the break, folks. I actually don't know what's in the slate. I have not watched this. I actually, these last ones I cut without watching them. I basically just dragged commercials onto my video creator and exported out the 5 minutes worth of commercials and went from there. So I actually haven't even seen these. I know roughly what the commercials are going to be about usually, although even in these cases, by the time I get to actually showing them, I've forgotten because I don't name them very descriptively. They're just like random ads 1, random ads 2, random ads 3, random ads 4 kind of thing. So I don't actually remember what I put in what necessarily. So it's almost as much of a surprise for me these days when I watch my commercials as it is for you guys. Alrighty, 11 to go to the money now on Falling Star. Where we would have gotten there with our Queen 8. Put in a raise with our 10s. Fold the Jack Deuce. Fold the A7 over here, and we'll send you guys off to break. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Say, do you remember this old milk glass setting hen? Well, you know, milk glass was an early American favorite. And when the folks in the old days wanted something really delightful, they'd take one of their milk glass goblets and pour some very fine wine right into it. Well, now you know it's Welch's wine that is keeping this wonderful tradition alive. A real wine for folks who really want the best. Yes, today's answer to this age-old family tradition is Welch's family wine, the answer to warm hospitality and really gracious living, and the wine that so many Americans enjoy these wintry days. You know, there is very good reason for this ever-increasing popularity of Welch's wine. Now, you folks know that all sweet Concord kosher wines are made from grape juice. And everybody knows who has been making the very finest grape juice for the past 85 years. Welch's, of course. And the only kosher wine made from Welch's grape juice is naturally Welch's kosher wine. Now, when you want the best in grape juice, you buy Welch's. So, doesn't it make sense then, if you want the best and most delicious kosher wine, you insist on Welch's family wine? You get several bottles tomorrow. Try the half-gallon size. You enjoy the wine of all occasions. That's right, when it comes to wine, you'll do well to insist on Welch's.
A place for everything, and everything in its place. That's the rule for Chip, Alice, Timmy, Danny, and Charlie Dowdy. That's the rule for their mother, too, and a mighty useful one it is.
A place for everything. That sure helps around my kitchen. Everything in its place. That's easy. With my Frigidaire cold pantry.
So true, Mrs. Doughty. In your Frigidaire cold pantry, there's a place for all your foods. Fresh and frozen, canned, bottled, and wrapped, new bought and leftover. They're all right there, and they're all at your fingertips. Let's start with the most ingenious door in any refrigerator. It has special places for bottles, spreadable butter, cheeses, even leftovers, and a big picture window hydrator for fruits and vegetables. It tilts down to show you your supply at a glance. And it also lifts out, so you can take it over to the sink when there's a fresh supply to be washed and put away. But that's just the door. Think of all you can store in here on these big firm shelves that roll all the way out to you, so you can get at the food in back without moving anything in front. And how about your frozen things? Oh, yes, there's a place for them, too, in this big, big food freezer. Even your ice cubes have a special place for storage, right here. And watch how they get there. You just take out a tray, turn it over, and push. You get a shower of ice cubes all frosty dry and ready to use. See all the wonderful ideas in this Frigidaire cold pantry at your own Frigidaire dealers. It's further proof you get the best when you buy Frigidaire, built and backed by General Motors.
It just had to happen. A household cleaner that's murder on dirt, but nice to use. It's Handy Andy, Lever Brothers' new all-purpose liquid detergent. For floors, walls, woodwork, all your toughest cleaning jobs. That's Handy Andy. It's murder on dirt, but nice to use. You see, unlike ordinary liquid cleaners, there's no smelly kerosene in Handy Andy. It cleans faster, safer, easier than anything you've ever used. Yet, leaves things smelling clean and fresh, kind to your hands, safe for everything you clean. Straight from the bottle or in solution, Handy Andy does floors, walls, woodwork, in a flash with no rinsing. Tubs and sinks come shiny white without scrubbing. Gets tough with dirty garbage pails. Makes kitchen cabinets and refrigerators sparkly clean. It's murder on dirt, but nice to use.
And we're back with poker action. Thank you for the sub there, or for the follow there, Tedmon. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. I just put your, put your caster information out there for people to go check your channel out. I will go check you out once I'm done streaming as well and have a look at your stuff. I'm not sure I've seen your stuff before, but welcome to the mothership. Welcome to the mothership. I do have to confess, yeah, the half-gallon size. I was actually going to make the comment about this. Couple of things I have to confess about the Welch's Family Wine ad. Number one, I had no clue that Welch's ever made wine. When I saw the ad title Welch's Family Wine, I assumed it was a clever way to name grape juice as a family wine that everybody in the family could drink, because grape juice is just, wine is just fermented grape juice essentially, right? So I must admit that was what I initially thought when I first saw the title for the ad. And I downloaded it and I threw it in and I watched it, and that brought up the second question for me, because I have no clue what makes a wine kosher. I have some vague idea what makes meat and dairy products kosher. I have no clue what makes a wine kosher or not kosher, frankly. So I have no idea, but I have never heard of Welch's wine, and I have no idea what kosher wine is supposed to be. I'm guessing that family wine is another name for kosher wine. It seems to be, it's the only time I've ever heard the term family wine used is in this context. So, but yeah, interesting. And I do love that they're so unironically and happily advertising that they sell their wine in bulk sizes. These days that's kind of, you don't want if you're a good wine, quote unquote, you don't want to advertise that you sell in the half-gallon bottles with the screw tops, that you can easy access wine boxes and things like that. You don't want to advertise that sort of thing because it detracts from your image as a good wine. I just love how gleefully they're like, yeah, get the half-gallon and gallon size. So we are 4 or 5 in the dark matter, 76 cents locked up there for a 20-cent buy-in. We are 11 of 45 in the falling star, 10 to go to the money on that one, with 118 in bounties locked up already. We are 50 of 75 in the Milky Way Nano at the moment, where there are 44 places getting paid, so we're just outside the money on that one. Might have to look for Dead All, Mike. At the moment, I'm just sort of grabbing ads at random. I'm not even really caring what the brands are or what they're advertising. I'm just sort of grabbing. There's a repository of ads on thearchive.com that I've been looking at over the past little while, and at this point, I'm just literally download. Then I go into my video stitching program, and I just drop until I get 5 minutes or 4.5 minutes worth of ads, and I export it out as a batch for one of my commercial sets. So It's all been pretty rando lately, and I haven't really been focusing. I did spend some time, like I said, I spent some time focusing on the toys and focusing on the cars and stuff like that. I still have a whole slate of DeSoto. When we run through these random ads, I'm gonna pop back into the cars. I've got some more Chevy ads, and I've got some more DeSoto ads to run through as well. I've got a bunch of DeSotos. We haven't seen any of the DeSotos yet, and I think they're an especially cool situation because they just literally don't exist anymore. So, um, so yeah, it makes them quite interesting, I think. So it's Saturday afternoon here in southern Alberta. It's been blisteringly cold for the last couple of weeks here. We just folded away a great spot on the dark matter because we play super tight. Yeah, it's been blisteringly cold, but the last couple of days it's actually warmed up. We're actually close to 0 Celsius now, which may not sound like it's warmed up to anybody else in the world, unless you happen to be Finnish, possibly, or Russian. But it's definitely warmed up from our perspective over the last couple of weeks anyways. This is actually our seasonal average, so we're not actually as cold as people think. Our average around this time of year is around somewhere sort of varies between -3 and +3 Celsius. We do get colder temperatures, but even that, I mean, we don't actually have average temperatures in like the -20s during any part of the year in this part of Canada. We have, if you go up north, you're certainly going to get that sort of thing. But down in the southern part of Canada, we're pretty. We do get those temperatures, but not as an average temperature, if that makes sense. I will have to check that link out, Piano. Kosher wine is a grape wine produced according to Judaism's religious laws, specifically Jewish dietary laws. Well, yes, I knew that much. That's what kosher means. But what is it about winemaking that requires it to be kosher? Must supervise and sometimes handle the entire winemaking process from the time the grapes are crushed until the wine bottle is bottled and any ingredients are used, including. I suppose the ingredients they'd have to. Right. Okay. Yeah. Makes sense. Okay. Yeah. I just wasn't thinking that deeply about all the ingredients that go into wine. I was just thinking, take some grapes, let them ferment, and be done. But there's more to it than that, right? Cool. Thank you. Thank you so much for that, Piano Cat. I appreciate that. Interesting thing about dead all are similar. Well, I was in Africa. In case you haven't heard or you haven't heard me mention the whole thing, I spent 5 years in Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria, from 1993 to 1998, working as a system manager for a seismic processing company. The systems manager and computer operations manager for Pulsonic Nigeria Geophysical. At the time, I'm not sure Pulsonic exists anymore, but they were reasonably big in the geophysical industry in the 80s and 90s. And yeah, I was over there for that time. And one of the, of course, Shell is one of the biggest oil companies in the world, and they're everywhere that oil is pumped out of the ground, so they have a huge presence in Nigeria as well. And one of the products that they sold in Nigeria was a bug spray that was called Shell Tox. SHELL-TOX. It's like don't even try to hide what you're doing here, folks. You're fucking selling toxins. That's what's going on here. Shell Tox. And I got to tell you, that stuff was damned effective as an insect spray. You could literally watch cockroaches melt when you sprayed them with they would, if they were upside down, literally the soft part of them would start to boil and bubble when you sprayed them with the shelter. It was like really gruesome shit if you really got down to the, and as long as you sort of have to have some sort of compassion for the lowly cockroach as well for it to be gruesome. But it was not pleasant stuff. And I just had to wonder what the hell it was doing to me whenever that got sprayed around us, right? I watched the poor cockroach on its back basically dissolving in front of my eyes, and I go, I'm breathing that now too, aren't I? I also remember hanging out with our company driver over there in Nigeria, going around driving one day, and we were chatting about how he'd just gotten his mother this great present for her birthday. And he said it was especially cool because it wasn't even one of those it wasn't even one of those nice mothery type gifts. He says, I actually got her something useful. We redid all of her floors in asbestos tiles, so she's fire resistant now. And I just like slowly turned and I looked at him and I go, you realize that where I come from, we don't let anybody put asbestos anywhere anymore because it like kills people all the time. Yeah, so that was a little creepy as well. But yeah, they were. It's one of the creepy, corrupt things about Canada is that we've banned asbestos use for years here in Canada. It is still one of our major exports, and we still sell it for commercial and residential use to a whole bunch of third world countries. And I find that quite appalling, frankly, because we got to the point where we say we ain't going to use it here, but hey, if you guys want to use it, go ahead. And I'm like, no, we don't use it because it's fucking dangerous, and we shouldn't be selling it to other people who may or may not know how dangerous it is. Yeah, that makes sense. I know the ritual is a huge part of kosher, but I also know that I don't think all food has to be kosher. Isn't it only certain kinds of food that has to be prepared in specific ways? That was what I thought anyways. I could be wrong. I'm not in any way Jewish. I have no Jewish relatives. I have very limited exposure to Jewish culture. So I honestly don't know. But I was under the impression there was only certain kinds of foods that had to be prepared in special ways, and there was other kinds of foods that were just food, and you could it didn't matter as much. But if I'm wrong about that, please correct me. I'm always interested in learning about new things. I was a philosophy major when I did my university studies. That surprises a lot of people because I spent my career as a computer scientist, not as a philosopher. But yeah, I was a philosophy guy in university. I loved comparative religion. Comparative religious philosophy was one of my favorite subjects, probably behind epistemology and philosophy of perception. Comparative religious studies was my favorite part of philosophy, just because you got to see so many different kinds of belief structures. Night Shopper and I are 4 people away from the money in the Falling Star bounty now. I am 4th of 4 in the dark matter nano, guaranteed 109 at this point, but we got to do something because we have a relatively small stack, about 10 big blinds. I probably would have open shoved this if it folds to me, but I don't think I'm going to get involved when there's already action in front because the ace-7's pretty weak ace at this point. Although it is four-handed, so all aces gain value. And I think this is a shove spot for us. The ace-4 is actually better than the ace-7, frankly, in my books. So I'm happily putting my money in here. Ace-Jack on the Falling Star table. And we don't get there on the dark matter. They get there instead. We're out in 4th in the dark matter for 109. Not a terrible result, frankly. So I was going to come over the top of this initial raise, but now that there's a 3-bet already, I'm getting out of the way with my ace-jack. That is the dark matter nano 1.09. Cool. Three players to go to the money now for both Shopper and I in the Falling Star. Shopper has been very good about not abusing his position on the button when I'm in the big blind. I appreciate that, buddy. Yeah, it is like totally appalling to me. There's a few things that Canada does that I'm like, that's like completely fucking contrary to what people think we're supposed to be doing and, what we should be doing and what's like morally right and everything. But hey, what the hell? We don't get enough negative attention, frankly, for the way we have and still treat our Aboriginal population here in Canada, frankly. That's another really, really, really gross part of our history. And frankly, a gross part of our present. We are not dealing with it properly in the present either. We are arguably not as brutal as we were in the past, but we are nowhere near actually treating them fairly and properly and redressing what has happened in the past. We've not even come close to that. However, let's not talk about politics on the stream because that's just going to get me that's just going to get me ranting, and that's just going to do nobody any good. So we'll move on from that. I am proud to be a Canadian, and there's a ton about Canada that I think is makes us one of the best countries in the world. There are aspects of Canada that I'm just appalled by as well. So, yes, that's probably the way life goes in all respects, but I guess we don't need to have the dark matter table up there on this. Whoop, no, that one's. Right, of course, that's the 2 spot, not the 3 spot. There we go. So we are on the soft bubble. Hard bubble? Soft bubble of the falling star. 2 to go to the money. We've already booked 118 in bounties in that one, so we've already paid for our buy-in. It's all gravy at this point. It is all gravy at this point. Put it under the gun raise with a raise jack here, I think. So it's a pretty chunky shove, like 17 big blinds-ish. I don't think we're ahead of enough of his range to be calling off there that big. We're now on the hard bubble of the falling star. And we got, looks like we got moved, or no, looks like Shopper got moved. Shopper got moved. Six to go to the money in the Milky Way. Tournament is hand for hand now. Sorry, 3 to go to the money. We are in a scoring position for 10 cents down there. They must have extended the number of places getting paid in those ones, Mike. That's usually why you end up with like the super tiny prize pools there. They put a whole bunch of extra payouts in at the end. Guess we get rid of our straight draw here. It's just the gut shot, so it's not really much. He was blocking the cards we needed. Still on the bubble in the falling star. Backdoor diamonds. Not much else happening for us in this hand. It's probably not the best hand for us to call out a position with. Especially not when we're just going to fold most flops. Still bubble spots in both tables. Hard bubble on the falling star, soft bubble on the Milky Way. It is nice to have a winning day for a change. I got to admit that. I have got to admit that. I'm going to add in the Dwarf Star bounty to the tables. Here's the Dwarf Star bounty. That's probably a really, really, really tight fold with the ace-10 spade there. I don't want to put myself on the line against bigger stacks on the bubble at this point. Got the Dwarf Star bounty going now. Dwarf Star bounty nano, that is. Put in a raise to my ace-4. I could play the real Dwarf Star one of these days. I do have a ticket for it. It's either that one or the Ice Giant. Certainly be easier to stream a Dwarf Star than an Ice Giant, because the Ice Giant, anytime we stream the Ice Giant, we're going to be streaming against Ian. And I have a feeling that it's going to be a lot harder for me to attract audience away from Ian's stream when he's streaming poker than it is for me to attract audience away from David's stream when he's streaming video games. And rightfully so, because, you know, if I'm streaming poker and Ian's streaming poker, you really should be over watching Ian's stream, because he's actually streaming real stakes and he's actually, you know, a good player and all that jazz. So, you know. Whereas I'm just a dude clicking buttons over here. I don't think I'm a terrible player, but I certainly wouldn't call myself a good player either. I am an average player, I think. Probably better than average, because I don't think I'm a losing player. And I think most poker players are probably losing poker players. So we're still 2 away from the money in the Milky Way. We are now ITM in the Falling Star. Guaranteed 87 cents. And Night Shopper made it in with us. Hey, let's actually Since we've got a free spot open, and since we're on our 4-table layout, why don't we throw Night Shopper's table up on that 4th spot? Just missed. Night Shopper doubling up with a straight. I know that title is wrong. We'll get that fixed here shortly. There we go. You are on the stream, Night Shopper. We are down to the hard money bubble in the Milky Way. I am 38 to 45 with 44 places getting paid. We got a fairly short stack there, but once we slide into the money, we can start to worry about building that back up again. Just a reminder, the Night Shopper on the table in the bottom right is I Care For You. Ha! Lately, that seems to be what I'm doing as well, Mike. Today, of course, has been a good day. So far, we've cashed everything we've played in, assuming we make it that far in the Milky Way, which it looks certainly like we're going to do. But alrighty, pair of kings on the falling star table. We all know what we're doing with this hand. We're trying to get our money in if we could, but we're happy enough with that result. In the money in the Milky Way, so it is now time for us to start thinking about building our chip stack back up again once more. They're guaranteed 10 cents now, and which is double our buy-in. No, it doesn't really sound like anything spectacular, but you can raise again with the King Jack. Shopper's still in the mix for cash prizes in the Falling Star as well as us. Any luck, we'll end up on the final table together. That would be awesome. I'd really love to add that 21-22 euros to my bankroll. I think that would look very nice in my bankroll. Don't you guys agree? I think it'd look nice in Night Shopper's bankroll too. So I mean, I wouldn't be too upset if it goes into his. And I'll take the second place. You know, we can negotiate that when we get heads up, of course. But yeah, I think it'd look really good in my bankroll. Shopper gets out of one again, doubling up one more time. Nice little bank there with the jack. Shopper getting out of jail, building up a stack again. He's almost got as many chips as we do now. Almost got as many chips as we do now. We could meet at the final table. I think I'm just gonna say I think I was just gonna try to double up to get the double up here, but I'm actually gonna wimp out and just fold. I almost shoved that hand, almost overshoved there. Just felt like Hallel Poppy wasn't doing that light. And Queen 10 is not exactly the hand you want to be doing that with if you're going to be up against somebody who's going to call you, potentially. I don't think. Shopper getting involved from under the gun against the sleeping big blind. Gets a call from the button. Puts out the C-bet and gets folds. He's now got a bigger stack than we have. Nice little comeback there. Nice little comeback there, Shopper. Shopper was basically one of the smallest stacks when we were on the bubble. And he's now building himself back up into a final table potential stack. So we have one more bust out gets 87 cents. Then we have a level up to 98. And then in 20th place we have a level up to 112. I was not paying attention to my stack or which table I was on down here in the Milky Way with the way I played this, so I played it poorly. but we may get out of this. We may still get out of this. The hearts are a bit gross, but oh, the 4 hearts are really gross because if we reshove, we might actually not even be in this position at all. We might just take it down pre-flop. Oh, so lucky nobody has a heart there. I'm so lucky nobody has a heart. I mean, that is just, I don't know how I win that hand, but I'm so happy that I do. I don't know how I could play that hand as badly as I played it and still end up winning it. That's pretty amazing. That's a good 3-bet shove spot with our stack of just a little over 20 big blinds, I think. I think we get called lighter than Ace King a lot. Binkage! Binkage! We're running well in our races today. Got to admit that. We've certainly won more races than we've lost today. No question about that. So we level up to 98 cents for sure now in the Falling Star. I don't really think King 6 is the kind of hand I should open shove from the button here. I mean, I'm not really thinking about the level up, but it's kind of on my mind. I don't need to put my stack in a speculative spot where I could get crushed. Although it was against a smaller stack, so that might have. With cold head there in the middle, I'm just a little worried that we're going to have to run down a pot with a pretty weak holding. Favorable flops on both the Milky Way and the Falling Star. So I think I'm calling off here in the Milky Way with my draw. Oh, and he's got the better draw. But we get there. Holy jeez. Holy jeez. I can't figure out if I'm calling for a chop here or not. Ah, fuck. Excuse my language. I knew that was going to be I knew I shouldn't have made that call, I think. Oh well. Ah, Dwarf Star Bounty is now done. Oh well, oh well, oh well. Considering we got there so much in the Milky Way, I can't really complain about busting out of the dark matter like that. Or the Dwarf Star. But we still got a good chance at some decent cash in the Falling Star Bounty. And we've still got a chance for some decent cash, relatively speaking, in the Milky Way. Milky Way is always going to be a small cash. Even if we win it, it's only 288. But given that it's a 5-cent buy-in, that's a pretty significant return on investment, which is the way we look at things when we're playing these small buy-in tournaments. You can't really look at it as the total. If you look at it as total amount won, it's like, shit, I just wasted 5 hours of my life to win €2. Yay. And I totally get why that can be difficult for some people to get interested in. I look at it in terms of an ROI. The raw dollar amount that I'm winning isn't relevant to me as much as the relative win based on the stakes that I'm playing. So I get excited by €2 wins that way when I'm playing a 5-cent tournament, because a €2 win's a pretty fucking big win when you're playing a 5-cent tournament. So yeah, if you can flip your mind into an ROI mode instead of a raw cash mode, I think it makes poker a better experience. That said, it's not really something that's possible if poker is something that you're looking at as a living, because the dollars are what you pay your rent with, not the ROI. So that's not really what I play poker for, which is a good thing, because I'm not good enough to pay my rent with poker, I don't think. I think that I would go broke very quickly if I tried to do that, and I would end up on the street as a homeless man, which is not something I want to do. I think that there are other ways I can fund my living other than poker, and I can just use poker as a fun hobby on the side that makes me small amounts of cash maybe, or just gives me some fun while I stream and have fun with friends. Nice one. I see your Quad Nobbler's tweet there, Piano Cat. Nicely done. Nicely done. Especially with kings. That's a pretty rarefied Quad Nobbler there. put in the C-bet with my backdoor ace of clubs, ace high hand. We now got the gut shot straight with the jack. All in the falling star now. And we get another bounty, 69 cents. 69 cents. Plus 0.69. Yeah, totally. I look at it completely in buy-ins. I was just trying to show that on stream, and it was I was having trouble getting the right window up. Piano Cat, so I'm glad you linked to it. Check that out. That's her. I think that's her King's quad nobbler hand, if I'm not mistaken. There we go. That'll work. If I do that now, I think. There it is. Quad nobblers from the Piano Cat. Alrighty, we are heading to the break, so we'll be right back after these commercial messages.
When summer sports get just a bit too long,
may we suggest an answer with this song?
King-size Coca-Cola gives you that refreshing new feeling. That feeling, refreshing new feeling. King-size Coca-Cola gives you that refreshing new feeling. Get that feeling with the Coke, you get zing. Yes, Coke and the King has more for you.
The great big value, Best Buy too.
Because after you pour, there's so
much more. King-size Coca-Cola gives you that refreshing new feeling. That feeling, refreshing new feeling. King-size Coca-Cola gives you that refreshing new feeling. Get that feeling with the Coke in the king-size Coke.
If you can write your name, you may win a new Plymouth Fury in Post Cereal's Plymouth Sweepstakes. Thanks to Post Raisin Bran, the raisin bran with more raisins than ever before. Look on the back of this Post Raisin Bran package, and you'll find out how anyone in your family may win this wonderful 1960 Plymouth Fury. 2 Furies will be given away every week for 10 weeks. And that's not all. There are also 50 Fury Juniors for the kids, real cars that go a safe 5 miles an hour, and 5,000 Plymouth scale models. It's easy to win a prize. Just send in the ballot on the back of this Post Raisin Bran package or any piece of paper with your name and address to Post Office Box 600, New Brighton, Minnesota. 10 separate drawings. If you don't win one week, you're eligible for the next or the next. So get some delicious Post Raisin Bran, the fruit and cereal treat with more raisins than ever before, and enter the Post Plymouth Sweepstakes right away.
Hey kids, here's Mary Hartline. Say, boys and girls, there's nothing so good as a cool, refreshing drink on these hot summer days. And whether you like orangeade, lemonade, soft drinks, milk, or even a cool drink of water, the best and easiest way to serve it and drink it is out of a Dixie cup. I know, because I use them at home all the time. And you ask your mother, she knows. She knows that Dixie cups save her a lot of extra glasses to wash. She knows that Dixie cup means there's less of breaking glasses. And she knows, too, that drinking from a Dixie cup is more sanitary because everyone has his own individual cup. And it's so easy to have lots of Dixie cups handy when you have this attractive Dixie dispenser. So you ask Mother the next time that she goes shopping to get a Dixie dispenser and several refill boxes of Dixie cups. Dixie cup, America's #1 paper cup.
Do you know why delicious hot Quaker Oats is so good for so many families? Quaker Oats is rich in protein. A breakfast of delicious Quaker Oats with milk and sugar for a family of 4 provides as much total protein as 6 average eggs, as much total protein as 18 pieces of toast, and almost as much total protein as 18 strips of bacon. That's why your family gets that wonderful stick-to-the-ribs feeling with Quaker Oats, that wonderful feeling of well-being.
And what hot breakfast is as easy and fast to prepare as Quaker Oats? Just pour it into boiling salted water, and you have creamy, smooth, delicious oatmeal with only 1 minute of actual cooking. And here's a tip. Before and after serving Quaker Oats, keep the pan tightly covered, and it rinses clean instantly. No scouring, no bother.
So be sure your whole family gets the protein they need with a delicious hot breakfast of high-protein Quaker Oats or Mother's Oats, the same high-protein oatmeal.
So one of the problems with my commercials is that if I cut 5 minutes worth of commercials, they are usually too long, and we cut off the last commercial, or we miss some of the poker action. Or if I cut 4.5 minutes of commercials, they're usually too short, and we have a little bit of a gap between the commercials and the poker action. So it's a little tough to get the exact timing right with this, but I usually go with 4.5 minutes roughly, because quite often it's 20 or 30 seconds into the break, but before all the hands finish anyways. So yeah, 4.5 minutes is sort of what my sweet spot has been. Yeah, I guess we had a lot of breakfast cereal themes on the got some I wonder if that's on the original video or if that's my stream that's being so choppy. I have to go back and have a look if that's could be that my computer was being choppy when I recorded it, when I cut the video as well. Hard to say. So we are on the one table scene looking at the Falling Star bounty now. We also have the Milky Way Nano still going, and we are watching a Night Shopper, I Care For You, up there in the top left, also in the Falling Star bounty. We are 22 players left in that one. Currently guaranteed 98 cents. There's a pay jump at 20 remaining, so we are 2 away from another pay jump. That pay jump will put our guaranteed cash up over €1. Put in a raise with the 6s on the Milky Way table. We're going to c-bet this flop. We're going to have the best hand most of the time here. He will have called with a king from time to time, but and I still think we're c-betting with the best hand most of the time. And I mean, he could just have a king here. I think given the re-raise on the flop or on the turn, it's going to be a check assess situation. Yeah, he just gets there with the 7. So gross. So gross. On the falling star table, we've managed to bink out a decent hand there with our set at the end that beat the 4s. We got backdoor diamonds, backdoor straights. But I think Gabrielle's probably calling with an ace here a lot of the time. So I think we're going to have to hit our backdoors to actually turn this hand into equity. So we're going to get out of the way. Yeah, somehow those protein stats for the porridge seem a little out of whack with reality. I'm not entirely sure unless you're adding stuff where porridge gets its a ton of protein from. I mean, I know there's some protein in the whole grain of the oats, but it's not the level of protein that you find in like meat and eggs and things. I don't think so. Yeah, I have to. I'm a big fan of oatmeal. I actually eat oatmeal quite a bit. Probably 3 times a week. My breakfast is Quaker oats. Although these days it's Quaker instant oats, not the stuff they were showing there. But yeah, I have to question the protein. I have to question the protein level there. I think it's very good for you in a lot of other ways. I think it's got a lot of the other nutrients you need for a solid day, and I think it's a great start. It's a great breakfast food for cold climates. It is a great way to start a cold day with a bowl of hot steaming bowl of oatmeal. But I don't think it's got the protein of a whole plate full of bacon, frankly. I just don't. I think they're lying to me. I do love oatmeal as well. It's one of my favorite. Always been from a childhood. From childhood, it was one of sort of the comfort foods from childhood that we had. And it's funny, I had a friend of mine recently joke that it was poor food. And I sort of get, I guess I get where he's coming from with that. And it probably was a way for poor families to be able to feed their kids cheaply a good, nutritious breakfast very inexpensively. So I totally get that, but it's also just good food. I mean, I'm sorry, but oatmeal is just good food. I'm from Canada. We grow a ton of oats up here on the prairies, so I'm well aware of the quality of and the great promise of oats. They are great food. Putting the raise with my 8s here on the falling star table. I've also got a raise in with ace queen of diamonds on the Milky Way table. And there's 3-way action on that with stacks bigger than me, so I might be in some trouble. We do have a straight draw on the turn. Let's go over and have a look at that. We'll go back to the other action if it gets interesting or more interesting. So I figured we just check back on that one, and I figure we just check back again here. The ace can be good sometimes. The 8's hand got interesting. This is going to be straight and flush cards quite a bit as well, but it's also going to be a 9 on a fairly regular basis, I think. Lena is definitely somebody we've played against quite a bit in the past. That could have been an exploitative play against us specifically as well, I think. I don't think I've ever had peanut butter porridge, and given that I don't really like peanut butter, it sounds kind of not appealing from my perspective, but so we hit the pay jump in the falling star. We're up to 112 now, guaranteed. Night Shopper is doing great with a 50,000 chip stack. We are doing less great with only a 24,000 chip stack at 1428. And somebody shoving under the gun into us. Yeah, I'm thinking that there's an exaggeration of the... and the thing is, if they just highlighted other nutritional features of oatmeal, you know, they'd be good. But no, they had to go out and they had to go out on a limb on the whole protein side of things, and you know, it's just you just leave yourself out to be laughed at when you do that. Alrighty, we're in for our last 8 blinds with kings on the button here in the falling star. GL us. Come on, Cactus Hug. Give us a hug. Give us a hug, buddy. Give us a hug with like Jack 10. Give us a hug with like Jack Queen here. Yeah, okay. Just give us the pot then. That's cool. I'll take that too. Shopper's up to 57,000 chips over there, so he's definitely Ant-Man. Welcome, buddy. Good to see you. Good to see you. Just put in a raise with Ace 5 here on the button in the Milky Way. And I think we're going to do a delayed c-bet on this one, if we c-bet at all. I mean, that king could hit us, but that's the only card that we can really credibly rep on that flop, particularly. So I think the check back is probably not bad there. And when we don't hit anything on the turn still, I think we just get out of the way to the bet. We probably c-bet that turn if it checks to us, but when there's action in front, we just get out of the way. Even from the big stack, although that could easily be the big stack bully saying I'm going to bet at this because nobody wanted it on the flop, so if I bet here, I can take it away a lot of the time. We know that, but we can't really do anything about it with just the ace-5 on that board, I don't think. It's one of the other frustrating things with poker, of course, is that even when you know what's going on, you can't always do anything about it. You just sort of have to sit there sometimes and let it happen, because if you try to do anything about it, you're still not in good shape anyways. So, just because you can identify that he's bluffing in a certain spot, or that it's a great spot for him to be bluffing in, doesn't mean you have the ability to actually make him pay for that. I mean, I certainly could reshove in a spot like that, turning my hand into a complete bluff at that point. But I have to know he's got a higher frequency of bluffing than I'm necessarily aware of at this point. I mean, basically the only thing I'm basing that on is the big stack dynamic, which he should be thinking along those sorts of lines. If he's got a big stack and we all check the flop, he should be thinking, well, let's lead out and see if we can't steal it. But it doesn't mean he hasn't hit a piece of the flop as well. Doesn't mean he hasn't also hit a piece of the flop. So second pair is not nothing on here. I have to think there's at least a reasonable chance that there's an ace out there. But I also have to think there's a really good chance that if an ace was out there, it would bet on the flop. Unfortunately, a 3 that banked the turn just got there against us. But we're still ahead of the 8 that banked the flop, so... Alrighty, Knight, I agree with you on that one. Let's final table this puppy. Let's go heads up on this puppy. We can negotiate who wins and who gets second once we get heads up, but let's go heads up in this puppy. This looks like a spot for us. And we pretty much only credible move we have is dealer. I would like to place all of my betting discs in the middle of the table, please. Thank you very much. We've leveled up to a whole 13 cents in the Milky Way Nano. As I said, though, it's almost 3 buy-ins now, so pretty happy about that result, and we're going to see how much deeper we can go. We got an interesting ace-9 hand developing here, where we're just going to check and see what happens on the flop, I think. And we like the flop a fair bit. Given that it was limped around and we had our option, I think we're going to toss some money into this pot. Slightly less than half pot. And we're going to take it down a lot of the time. Let's go over to Night Shopper's table for a little bit. We've got some shove action happening over there. Shoving a call by the 5-4. Interesting. Interesting. Suppose it's one of those hands that can crack the big pairs a lot, so that's one of the reasons you think about calling with that, but seems like it's a bit speculative. So we're down to 18 remaining in the Falling Star now, so 2 tables of 9. King 10 gets there, but the ace deuce is done, so we are down to 17 in the Falling Star now. Over on my table, we lost another player, so we're down to 16. Balanced, 2 tables of 8. Shopper in with the full house, kings full of 5s, and knocks another one out down to 15 players remaining. Nice one, Shopper. Guaranteed 129 now in the Falling Star. Another page up to 150 at 11. Shopper on the blind. We got a raise from Mr. Cornholio. Which is an interesting name, I must say. Shopper decides to give it up. For those of you just joining us, we're watching this table because Night Shopper is I Care For You up in the top left corner. Friend of the stream, who is also going deep in the falling star with me. I am on the other table. This is my table in the falling star. There are 2 tables remaining. Night Shopper's on one of them. I am on the other one. We have planned to meet at the final table and go heads up, and we will at that point negotiate which one of us is going to take the title and which one of us is going to come second. But we have agreed we're going to meet heads up. I've already cashed in the Dark Matter today. Dark Matter Nano. We're cashing in the Milky Way Nano. And we got some bounties racked up already in the Falling Star as well. So we got good money coming back to us from the Falling Star already, no matter how far we go. Well, it's been a pretty good day today, which is nice because we've been having some pretty brutal days over the past little while. And it's nice to actually get back into the win column again. We're definitely going to book a profit for today. At least for the stream portion. I might jump on and play some €1 singularities later today, which may or may not change that thing. I mean, we may still actually. I guess the one that I normally play starts in half an hour, so we'll throw that up on the stream, I guess. But yeah, we're over €1 in wins now, and that's not counting the cash from the Falling Star yet. It's got bounties in there, but it doesn't have the prize in there yet. It doesn't have the prize in the Milky Way, which isn't going to be hugely significant to our bankroll number, but it will make a difference on our daily cash rate and our daily profit to a certain degree. But we do need to go pretty deep in that before we get into any sort of even significant money in that regard. We're at 13 cents now, which is significant from the buy-in perspective, but not really significant from our bankroll perspective. Yeah, it's funny how that goes when you get big hands like that. The only time in my life I've ever got a straight flush in live poker, I flopped the straight flush. I got paid off on 2 streets for it, in fact. I didn't get paid off on the river, but I got paid off on 2 streets. Check calling twice, and then it went check on the river. No, sorry, I was the aggressor in that. So it went bet call, and then bet fold on the river. But yeah, the funny thing is I mean, you tell that story, and people go, "Oh, you got a straight flush. You must have gone on that." No, well, no, I didn't even cash the tournament. That was early. It was like the 3rd level of the tournament, and I won a reasonably big pot worth it in the 3rd level of tournament terms. But I didn't even cash that tournament. I ended up losing my stack later on before we got to the money bubble, and I was out and done. So just because you get big hands like quads or straight flushes or things doesn't mean you're gonna go on to win the tournament. Yeah, it's the only time I've ever got a straight flush in live poker, and I just flopped it. I raised with Queen 10 of spades and Jack King Ace of spades, or 9 Jack King of spades came. It wasn't the royal. It was one less than the royal. And yeah, Jack 9 Jack King of spades hits the flop, and I'm like, that's a pretty good flop for my hand. And I was the aggressor, so I figure I can lead out credibly and still have him thinking that I'm, c-betting with ace X hands that missed, or those sorts of things. I was a little surprised I got 2 streets out of him because it's a very straighty flushy board, right? That turn was pretty bricky, but still, it's a pretty straighty, fleshy board. So I was a little surprised they got 2 streets out of him. But yeah, it didn't. It was just the rest of the tournament that went poorly for me. That hand went well. Alrighty, we're going to be all in here on the Falling Star. Hope for the best with our ace-6. Blind on blind. We're usually in pretty good shape, blind on blind. Unfortunately, when they fold to us, we're in good shape. When they call, we're in bad shape a lot of times. So it's kind of a tricky hand that way, but. I guess I should have been in there with my ace-deuce. Didn't feel like a good reshove hand, though, after Lena got in the pot initially. King 9 could actually be a shove spot. Too many hands to get through, though, from that position. At this point, I'm sort of in a shove fold. Well, I'm definitely in a shove fold mode. I've only got like 8 big blinds, 7 big blinds, so we're not. I am all in on the Nano Milky Way table, and I got called from the big stack on the big blind. I don't mind seeing 2 kings there. 1 king would have been gross, but 2 kings is slightly better. This little 10 ball on the river would be awfully nice for us right now. I have a feeling, given the action on this hand, we are not winning this hand. Nope. So we picked up 15 cents for 14th place in the Milky Way. It's not so bad. Not so bad. I'm okay with that. I think we got our money in a pretty good spot, and that's about all we could have done there, I think. Well, let's add that to our bankroll tracker. 0.15 in the Nano Milky Way. That leaves us with just the Falling Star bounty at the moment. Let's see what is in the lobby. Well, I'm wedged in the singularity in 26 minutes. Now, the queens double up. We are still guaranteed 129. Here we are in last place, 12 of 12. So we are going to need to find a hand here very soon. Very, 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 very soon. If we want to make good on our promise to meet Night Shopper at the final table, we are in danger of not being able to make good on our promise. We always like to make good on our promises here on the Mothership. Yeah, it's unlucky, but I think I think I got it in right there, and given my, it was a 10 big blind shove, so I'm not really sure that the king six should be calling there, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Yeah, once I see the action on the flop, I'm pretty, when I actually see the flop and I see the king, king, deuce, I'm like, yeah, tens can be good here a lot, right? There could be a lot of like ace X hands that don't have a king or a deuce in them, and things like that could be in this could be in this pot. But then I see the flop action starting. I'm like, yeah, no, there's no way. There's no way I'm good here. There's no way I'm good here. Someone's got a king. Someone's got a king here. But oh well, it's the way it goes. I'm doing my best to hold on, buddy. I'm doing my best. I can fold with the best of them. You know me. You've seen me. I can fold with the best of them, dude. And Flower Power just gets there. Just gets there. We just can't lose players. So, I think this is where I make my stand. Queen seven's obviously not the best hand in the world. I do have another couple orbits that I might be able to survive if I just wanted the blind down to the end. I don't really think that's our objective. But I think there's a bigger reason for me to make the call here. I fold a lot of my blinds to Lena's raises, and I think her shove here is an attempt to get everybody else out of the hand with the assumption that I was going to fold. So I think the queen seven can actually be stronger than her range here, so I'm calling. And I'm wrong, but it was a, Tell me, Ant-Man, what do you think? Was my logic reasonable there with the shove size? Obviously Queen 7 is weak there, but I actually thought that when she shoves that big, she's more likely to be weaker. When she shoves that big into my big blind, knowing that I fold so much, and I play against her quite a bit, so she knows the 10 Jilly character, and I think that she would have that dynamic down. So that's why I called off there. Obviously, that was not the right decision in that moment, but I still think my thinking was reasonably good with that. I'm not going to stop the stream at the moment. I think I'm going to, because I've got the I've got the €1 Singularity coming up, so we're actually going to rail Night Shopper, I think, until that Singularity starts, and we'll continue to rail him as well until he busts. But yeah, I'm gonna keep playing today, I think, because I got that €1 Singularity coming up. So we'll rail Night Shopper for a little bit, because there's not really anything else. I don't think there's anything else on the schedule that I want to reg before that Singularity starts. That's why the Singularity was the next one that I regged. Actually, well, it doesn't start for another few minutes, but I'm also jumping in a 20-cent qualifier to a €1 ticket that's going to start in 10 minutes. So that's one of those. Yeah, that absolutely happens in Omaha. Omaha is just gross. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was a terrible call off there. I could still survive, but I think I had to take a stand there, and I think Lena's been aggressive enough that it could have been um, lighter than what she was, I think. But oh well, what are you gonna do? Yeah, that's cool, Ant-Man. Basically, I had a weak Queen 7 on the big blind, and somebody who was aggressive and who's played against me quite a bit knows my tendency to fold on the big blind, shoved a massive stack from the cutoff. So there's two players to get through in that. They both had reasonably large stacks compared to mine. Although Lena, the shover, was the one with the biggest stack in the group. And I looked at that dynamic and I thought, well, she knows I fold a lot. So I think she's just trying to steal blinds here and using a shove as a way to make sure that she isolates against me and gets rid of the button and the small blind. And so my thought was she didn't have to be very strong. Turned out she had an ace-10 of spades, and I did not get there with my queen 7. So probably a loose call, but there was some logic behind the loose call anyways. Yeah, I'm still a little butthurt over spending €7 yesterday to get to win my €2 ticket for the event tomorrow. It seems like that's pretty. Doesn't seem like that's plus EV in any sense. So I haven't done my second March mission yet. I'm gonna save that for next week, I think. I haven't decided whether I'm going to play Hexapros or sit and goes or a combination of both. I'll probably play a couple of Hexapros and a couple of sit and goes and see which ones are feeling like they're going to be the most profitable at that time. But I figured yesterday I'd focus on the weekend one because I knew it was only a weekend one, right? And it had to get done quickly, whereas this one can stretch out a little bit longer. So Shopper's still in the mix on the Falling Star. 66,000 chips. We were only able to make it to 11th place for 150. Ooh, we have to add that to our caching. We didn't add that to our caching. And I don't even think I took a picture of it. That's gross. I should have taken a picture of that. And then plus 1.5 at the end. I think it was plus 1.5. Let's just verify that in the... Yes, it was 1.5. Alrighty, so that gives us a nice little cash for the day, even with our €1 buy-in to the Singularity. Yeah, you lost audio. It's back now. I think I must have coughed. Hey, you guys thought I was going to go an entire day without muting myself. Fat chance of that happening. Yeah, we're on a 3-minute delay now. I did drop it back from the 4 that I was initially on. So I sort of was saying things some of the time. But yeah, you're right. I have no idea how long it was muted for, actually. I can't remember when the last time I muted it to cough was. Alrighty, we got more break coming up. So, we've done all the random ads. Let's do a Chevy. I remember to unmute that time. Oh, we lost Night Shopper. I did not see the hand, though. Hopefully. That's a shame that we lost Night Shopper, but we will go to my qualifier table and the singularity when it comes up, and we will close the Night Shopper table now. Good game, though, buddy. Well done. Good job to get through to that final table. You should have voice now. Alrighty, off to the break. That was a long hand there, but we're going to go after the break, and we'll be right back.
The most talked about new car in America, Corvair by Chevrolet. 9 years of planning and testing has built the most practical compact car in America. Watch how it goes. Here's the secret of the Corvair's extraordinary performance. America's only air-cooled aluminum engine. It never needs water or antifreeze. And it's in the rear, where it belongs in a compact car. It belongs there because that's the way to get the near-perfect weight distribution to give you benefits like these. Quick, straight stops, because weight is more evenly distributed. Superb handling, so easy you don't need power steering. Sure-footed traction in mud, snow, or ice. And because the engine is in the rear, the floor is virtually flat. You have more legroom for passengers. And with this optional pull-down rear seat, you get station sedan room for packages and loads of all kinds. And that's only the start of the Corvair story. There are lots more things you should know about. The Corvair's astonishing gasoline economy. The Corvair ride, its sensible low price. The happy ending to that story is at your Chevrolet dealers. Come on in and take a drive in the new compact Corvair by Chevrolet, the most talked about new car in America.
Way down Texas way in California, across America from sea to sea. Chevy's riding high, and here's the reason why. It's the only car that's new as new can be.
Today, Chevy is riding high, wide, and handsome everywhere. And no wonder, because Chevrolet offers the only all-new line of cars in the low-price field. Nowhere else will you find the fresh sculpturamic styling of this beautiful Bel Air Impala. And nowhere else will you get the size you get in this Bel Air sedan, the longest in the low-priced field. At the same time, it's easier to park because it turns in a tighter circle, tighter by 3 feet than any other full-sized car in its field. This handsome Nomad is just one of Chevy's 5 all-new station wagons, beautiful, easy riding wagons with standard full-coil suspension or level air, the greatest road smoother outer you've ever seen. Chevrolet's Biscayne series combines high style with low cost. And like all Chevrolets, it's built to last with a new type safety girder frame and the craftsmanship of Body by Fisher. This handsome Del Rey offers most of the exclusive features that you'll find in every other Chevrolet. Special features like safety plate glass in every single window. Crank-operated ventipanes for easier ventilation control, and a polished lacquer finish that shines like a mirror. And yet, with all these exclusive features and many others, this Del Rey is the lowest priced Chevrolet of all. Yes, it's no wonder that Chevy is riding high. It's got everything, with 17 different models to choose from. So you see your Chevrolet dealer tomorrow. He'll give you a quick appraisal on your present car and prompt delivery on your all-new 1958 Chevrolet.
Alrighty, we are back once again. Thank you very much for the raid, Math from C. Very, very, very nice of you to do that. I much appreciate it. We are playing 2 games. We got a qualifier to the €1 ticket going here, and we also got a €1 singularity going on the other table. The title is not accurate for it yet. It will be shortly. It is not the Dwarf Star Bounty. It is a €1 singularity. Give me one moment to correct that problem. Get rid of the ace queen in the qualifier. Alrighty, there we go. Woohoo! Thank you very much, Mr. Mathram. Welcome to all the new welcome to all the new viewers. My name is Lyle Bateman, aka Elron66, Elron6900, Elron Steel, or Elron Priestman, depending on where on the online or real world you happen to know me from. We're playing poker on Unibet, and our whole point here is we're running a free roll challenge. I did not deposit any money on this site, and I started playing free roll bounty tournaments and started playing for pennies for bounties and rolled that up into enough money to start playing nano tournaments, and then I rolled that up into We're sitting at about 75 euros on our bankroll now. After a high of about 114, and we've been on a bit of a downswing the last week or so. But today might be the turnaround on that. We're booking a profit for today, no matter what happens. So thank you all for coming by and checking out the Mothership poker stream. Click the follow button to get yourself beamed up to the Mothership. And that'll let you know every time we are in flight, ladies and gentlemen. We were railing our good friend Night Shopper on the final table of the Falling Star after we busted 11th in that tournament today, but he ended up busting as well. So he is now no longer in the Falling Star. We no longer have that table active because we're not going to bother watching randos play. We just rail the stream. Friends of the stream. However, Night Shopper did end up cashing in 7th place for €3.23. So congrats, Night Shopper. Good on you, buddy. I did actually want to make a point about the Corvair ad that led this break off. The interesting thing about the Corvair is that car actually was the product that launched Ralph Nader's career as a consumer activist after he published Unsafe at Any Speeds, which was an expose of supposed or design flaws in the Corvair design, which caused it to do things like roll over and go out of control on turns and things like that, according to Nader's research. So it's an interesting thing. There's a lot of there's actually a modern theory is that he probably overstated the case, but that the Corvair was not the best. Didn't always make the best design choices. That said, it was a ridiculously modern vehicle by the standards of the day, and so there are bound to be some issues when you throw a whole bunch of modern tech together onto one new vehicle. So interesting though. I've picked up Ace King on the qualifier table, so I put in a raise over top of a limper. 4x raise. We'll see how this goes. These qualifiers are pretty spewy in many cases, so backdoor clubs here. The Ace King can be the good here a lot. So I think we're just going to call behind here, see what happens on the turn, and go from there. Not sure I'm still thrilled with the strength of my hand, but I equally don't think we can go anywhere. So it takes away the clubs, but it gives us the gut shot with the 10. But for a chunky bet like that, I don't think we're going to stick around with just a 4-outer gut shot to our name. Especially not when we could be up against hands like 9-10 potentially. Although I'm not sure 9-10 is calling my raise pre-flop out of position, but then again, it's the kind of hand that wants to be able to bust big pairs and big hands. So I think we just get out of the way there with our Ace King. Had a decent run in the Singularity yesterday. The Singularity here. Can't remember exactly what position we got, but we went pretty deep in it. We cashed, and we... or was that the day before? Maybe yesterday we busted it. No, I think yesterday we busted it. It was the day before we put in some cash. Let me have a look at my records. My records will tell me the truth. My brain does not tell me the truth. So yesterday we did not cash the Singularity, but we did cash the Singularity for 265 on Thursday. So yeah, we had a pretty sick run here on the stream initially off the start. It was a pretty slow start, but then we had a period in January and February where we just ran pure, man. And looking at the bankroll graph, you can see sort of up until we had very few downswings of any significant length until just recently. This last week is sort of our first major downswing on the Unibet Free Roll Challenge, and so far we've weathered it okay. Today's been a cashing day. Today's been a positive day no matter what happens here in this €1 Singularity and qualifier. We are a couple of euros up on the day anyways. So yeah, it's been a pretty good day. A pretty good day on the pokers. Thank you, Krypton. I will be doing that. I will absolutely be doing that shortly. I'd been foolishly waiting for some graphics and branding that I'm waiting for to come through. I'm just not sure when that's going to happen yet, so I think I need to put the post up and just roll with what I've got and just update things as I get the new stuff. As I get the new stuff in. I agree, Mr. Krypton. Let's win the lot. Let us win the lot. Night Shopper's already given me a bit of a boost there with a post on one of the threads about streams to pay attention to. So I appreciate that quite a bit. But I will do my own post in blogs and stories very shortly to get the word out, because I want to grow this community, and I want this to be a community. This is not about me. It's not about me playing poker all the time. I mean, we just spent close to an hour railing Night Shopper on his falling star because he was doing great on that, and I love to do that. And even on the ones, if I'm not in the tournament, if one of the friends of the stream comes up, we're gonna put that up and we're gonna rail if we've got a free slot open on our board. So that's part of it. It's not all about me. It's not necessarily always going to be about me playing poker. I want to feature people I want to feature friends of the stream as well while we're playing. Anyone who goes deep, if you mention it in chat and we've got free space, we're going to put you up and we're going to show you a little bit. We're gonna show you off to the world a bit. If you want, of course. If you don't want that, let me know, and I won't ever put you up on stream if that's what you prefer. There's some people are shy and they don't want themselves being shown playing poker and stuff. But so let me know if that's the case. But I definitely like to feature friends of the stream. I really want to win one of these Singularities. Haven't won one yet. I've gotten deep in a few of them. I've final tabled a couple. I've not won one yet. I'd really like to win one of these Singularities. I'm a big fan, of course, of the freeze-out format. That's my favorite format of poker. I actually think the rebuy re-entry format is an attempt to make tournament poker more like cash games, where you can just repeatedly refire if you choose, and things are going bad for you. And I think one of the points of tournament poker from the beginning, sort of, was that one of the key things that's supposed to distinguish it from cash games is that you have one life to live. End of story. So I think the freeze-outs need to be a key part of poker kind of going on forever, because that's what the tournament concept is all about. But I'm happy to mix in with some rebuys and reentries, because those can be fun as well, with a slightly different strategy involved. And it's an interesting way to mix the cash and tournament strategy, I think. Good night, shopper. Sleep well, my friend. We will see you again soon. I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow or not. I might just fanboy Lanny's stream instead. Because, you know, that's always fun. And I do need a break from time to time. We have gone 6 days straight. At some point, I want to do maybe 2 weeks straight without a break. But I'm not sure today's the day for that, or this is the week for that. So probably we'll take a break tomorrow. Just made a rather poor decision to fold an ace-jack on the qualifier table to a bunch of large shoves. And I felt like I was ahead, and it turned out I was. But, oh well. What are you going to do? Ace-jack is kind of, when there's a shove and a reshove in front of you, well, shove and a call-off in front of you, it's ace-jack starts to look a little smaller than it did to start with, I think. That said, it turned out that the shover was 10-jack, and the guy that called off was ace-4, so, you know. I'm going to put in a raise with my king-queen here. Haven't really had a ton of action on this table yet, so I'm a little surprised to see so many people whip in behind me, but kind of thought I'd get a little bit more respect there. But flopping the second nut flush draw is never a terrible spot to be in, so we're going to keep the aggression on. And I think we're just going to call this off, because we've got outs, even if he's got the ace. So it could be a short day in the singularity for us, or it could be a nice spot to double us up. And we're done, because he had the ace. So, GG us, I guess. GG us, I guess. So we're just playing qualifier now. Just playing the qualifier. I mean, I think I'm supposed to call off there with the king, queen of spades with the spade draw. I'm not particularly upset with how that went. I'm definitely calling this raise with my queen here. I mean, maybe I'm just done here in the qualifier with a bad queen, but I think that this feels like clubs a lot too, trying to get people off the pot. So I guess this could be the end of our streaming day, ladies and gentlemen. Bleh. The club coming on the end is like the worst thing we could have seen. Just one of these people has clubs. Wow, the straight. Gross. Alrighty, well, that was that ended up being short and sweet end to the day, but that's cool. We still had a profitable day. We 461 in wins versus 270 in buy-ins, so almost €2 up on the day. Almost doubled our buy-ins. 170% ROI for the day, which is not nothing to sneeze at. So thank you for hanging out with me here on the Mothership. If you want to be notified when we're online, click that follow button, and you'll get yourself beamed up to the Mothership every time we go online. And otherwise, have a great day. We will see you again soon. For more vintage poker content from Mothership Poker, click the subscribe button and check out the playlists for all of our old archived content, as well as the ads only cut from some of the early streams.